Qualifiers are on the track. We have one to go. Woodmere Mahomes Joe Barrio is the one. There's the two. Twin B Bet on It now with Corey McPherson. And the trotter Whole Nother from 3 with Colin Shepard. Number 4, 3, Trick Gainer is scratched. Qualifiers on the gate. Woodmere Mahomes Joe Barrio, Twin B Bet on It Corey McPherson, Whole Nother Colin Shepard. Approaching a start. And there they go, and the trotter is headed to the front. Whole Nother, Woodmere Mahomes is second into the turn. Then the third one, it will be Twin B Bet on It. So they arrive at the opening eighth, and Whole Nother for Colin Shepard out there with that early lead. Woodmere Mahomes right on his back second, and the trailer third is Twin B Bet on It along the backstretch for the first time. Going to the first quarter mile, Whole Nother will get them over to the first station. Woodmere Mahomes goes second, and Twin B Bet on It trails third. By the first quarter, Whole Nother was the leader at that opening station in 30 and 4. Woodmere Mahomes tracking second. Then the third one, Twin B Bet on It. Off the turn they come and straighten through the stretch. Here comes the opening half mile. That's up next. Whole Nother continuing to lead. Woodmere Mahomes followed then by Twin B Bet on It halfway home in the qualifier, and Whole Nother continuing the lead. Woodmere Mahomes is second, then third. Twin B Bet on It. They were at the half in a minute and 4. 30 seconds flat in the second quarter. Arriving at 5/8, hole another, the leader. Woodmere Mahomes now is tipping to the outside second, and Twin B Bennett continuing to race from third as they go to three quarters next. Hole another, still the leader at the rail, right alongside second. That's Woodmere Mahomes, and right there third. That's Twin B Bet on it. The three quarters completed. Hole another, still the leader, and he was at three quarters in 1:31 and 4. Woodmere Mahomes on the outside second. Twin B betting it right there in the pocket third. They're homeward bound here in the lone qualifier. Hole another. Woodmere Mahomes on the outside, and Twin B bet on it. On the wire, Woodmere Mahomes gets up for burial. Hole another was second. Twin B bet on it. Will finish third. Time for the mile, 2 minutes, 4/5. Now the results of the qualifier, Woodmere Mahomes the winner, Twin B Bettinit was third, Hole Another was second, and Three Trick Gainer scratch. 30 and 4, 1 minute 4, 131 and 4, and the mile 2 minutes 4/5. In review, 1-3, 2 scratch. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome to Red Shores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park for this Thursday evening program. 11 dashes on tap. Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron calling all of the action. Going to be tough to follow up last weekend's Miracle Mile on Sunday, Breeders' Crown Sunday, with Mickey Shan and Corey McPherson winning in 49-4. But we'll give it our best shot here. Our feature comes up in race 10. It's a field of 5 mares, and there's speed on the inside and outside of the gate. It should be a dandy race. Galway Girl on the rail for Campbell. Ace 44 Dome, my top play, is post 2 for the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Rosetown Mary, looking for a bounce back effort from her tonight after 2 subpar efforts. I think she's going to be good in that contest in the 10th race. Corey McPherson drives. Elm Grove Mistress coming in off 2 wins and 2 seconds in her last 4 starts. She's always a player in at this level, and David Dowling gets some out on her. And Shaken Blake, one of 2 Doyle trainees. She is Elm Grove Mistress and Shaken Blake in this contest, and they're on the outside of the gate, and she was a winner 2 back from off the pace in 55-4, so she'll give a great effort on the outside. So talented field of 5 in that 10th race, but before we get to the action, we got to get to the program and equipment changes. And for those, we'll go upstairs to the man who's going to call all of the action. Vance Cameron, take it away.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 55 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 12 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Follen. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Dylan Elaine. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 2, Could Have Been a Lady, will go from a blind bridle to blinkers. Next change, go to race number 3. In the third race, number 2, Libero, Removing Shoes. Number 3, Glider Man, the driver is Jason Hughes. Jason Hughes on number 3, Glider Man, in the third. Turning over to race number 4. In the fourth, number 1, Skip Across, going from a blind bridle to blinkers. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the fifth race, number 3, Apple Pie Moonshine, from blinkers to a blind bridle, removing the Murphy blind and the tail tie. Number 6, Moonbound. Make the driver tonight, Kenny Murphy. Kenny Murphy driving 6, Moonbound, in race 5. Next change, go to race number 7. In the 7th race, number 2, Sweet Molly. The driver tonight, Gilles Barrio. 7th race, number 2, Sweet Molly, will be driven by Gilles Barrio. Turning over to race 8, number 2, Stealing Bases. The driver now, Mark Campbell. Race 8, horse 2, Stealing Bases, will be driven by Mark Campbell. Turning over to race number 9. In the 9th race, number 4, Promise Me Later. The driver tonight, Kenny Arsenault. Kenny Arsenault now drives 4, Promise Me Later, in the 9th. Turning over to race number 10. In the 10th, number 4, Elm Grove Mistress, will be driven by Paul Langell. Paul Langell driving 4. Elm Grove Mistress in race 10. Turning over to race number 11. Number 1, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You. The driver will be Adam Murner. Race 11, the 1 entry, I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, will be driven by Adam Murner. Number 7, Elm Grove Penny, removing the tail tie. That will wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. Par Mutual wickets are open and selling. First race post time set for 6 o'clock. That will leave you 23 minutes to make your first race selections.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action tonight. If you're just joining us, it's about 13 degrees here in Charlottetown. Fast track conditions. David Dowling office drives. I'll get to the changes in just a moment, but I want to tell you about the wagering menu for tonight. We kick things off in race number 1 with the Isle Pick 5 guaranteed $2,000 pool, and then race 5 we have the early super high 5, and then the late pick 4 in the last 4 races of the card, and then finally in the last race we have the late super high 5, and that all those wagers carry a low 15% takeout. And I thought I'd review my Isle Pick 5 that kicks off in the opener. I'm going to go with the 4 in race number 1, Francesca. This one is a 2-year-old filly by Sunshine Beach. Adam Murner doing the driving for trainer Bond Doyle. Has a win and a second from 2 starts. A win in her debut, 2 minutes 3/5 in the last time out. A real good second place finish in 59-2, 28-3 final panel. So I think she can get the job done in that first race. And then over in race 2, going to go with the 2 Magian Blazes and Jim Ripley coming in off 3 seconds in a row last time out. 2 minutes 3/5, closing quarter 30-2, kicked home in 28-4. 2 back to finish second. So real good form coming into this one for this 5-year-old gelding by Ted the stud. Magian Blaze is my top play in race 2. Then as we turn it over to race number 3, going to go with the 5 Rocket Blast. This guy dodges the top class this week. I've been racing against Buckhead Ridge and Fight Song all summer long, doing quite well, picking up seconds and thirds, racing in against the top crew, and so dropping out of that class tonight, even though he has post 5 in that 5-horse field. I think he can get the job done. He's great gate speed, so I'll look for Corey to get to the front and call the shots from start to finish. And then over in race 4, going to go with the 5-star Dragon. This guy's overdue for a victory. Another one out of the Von Doyle stable. Adam Murner doing the driving. Chris Kelly owns rally from off the pace to finish 4th last time out. 57-2, closing quarter 28-3, and that was at the 701 level. Have been racing all the way up into that 1001 level in the starts previous to that last start, and then also racing at that winners of 3, not more than 5 races life, which can be quite tough with the young talented horses coming up through the non-winners. And so at this 401 level with post 5, I think 5-star Dragon can get the job done. And then I'm going to close it out with the 6 Moonbound. This one gets a driver change. David Dowling listed to drive. Kenny Murphy will do the driving, coming in off a strong second. And 56-1 for Dowling, closing quarter 29-3. Got to the front, ended up with a 2-hole ride, took the 2-hole ride right to the finish. EA Moneymaker, the winner on that day, but a real good effort from this 3-year-old daughter by Bet the Moon. And so I'm at 4-2-5-5-6. Classifiers matching strides with me. Also going with a 4-2-5-5-6 in our Isle Pick 5 tickets again. Low 15% takeout on that pool and a guarantee pool of $2,000. So we're about 11 minutes away. Give it some thought and take a shot at the Isle Pick 5 as it kicks off in the opener. And we got some program and equipment changes in the first 5 races as well. Ace 44 Emma in race 1 from post 1. Equipment change, removing the bandages and adding trot boots, removing the bell boots and adding knee boots. So removing bandages and removing bell boots and adding trot boots and adding knee boots. So that's the change for Ace 44 Emma in the first race. Also in the first race, the 2 could have been a lady equipment change going from blind to blinkers. And then over in race 3, The 2 Libero equipment change, removing shoes. So going without shoes for Libero in race 3. And race 3 as well, Gliderman. Driver change, Jason Hughes will drive Gliderman in that third race. Over in race 4, the 1 Skip Across equipment change, blind to blinkers. And then in race 5, Apple Pie Moonshine equipment change from blinkers to blind, removing Murphy blind and adding a tail tie. So those are the changes in the first 5 races. If you're playing along with the I'll Pick 5, keep those changes in mind.
The first race pacers and their drivers are on the track for post parade. Ace 44, Emma number 1, owned by Carl Bagnall Stratford, trained by Tammy Collings. Corey McPherson drives. Could Have Been a Lady number 2, owned by Debbie Francis, Fonzie McCachran, Wayne McCrae, and Karen Williams. Paul Angel is the trainer. Mark Campbell Cats drives. The Sun and Moon number 3, Joey Pino of Rostico, owns, trains, and drives. Francesca number 4, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle, driven by Adam Murner. Spinelli number 5, owned by Chantel Langell of Montague, Paul Langell trains and drives. Whiskey Station number 6, owned by Daryl Tyler and Ryan Neal of Winslow. Daryl Neal is the trainer. Ryan Neal drives. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Charlottetown, PEI. My co-host tonight is Kurt Hughes, and he's at the HBI broadcast desk to take you through tonight's wagering menu.
That's right, Vance. We got a great wagering menu here, and it kicks off in race number 1 with the Isle Pick 5 $2,000 guaranteed pool. Then in race 5, we have the early super high 5. Last 4 races of the card, we have the late pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. And then in the final race of the evening, race 11, we have our late super high 5. All carry a low 15% takeout for those wagers. So good luck playing along with us tonight here at Red Shores. We're going to kick off the night with a happy birthday shout out. Happy birthday to Brenda Gillis joining us and dining down at O'Brien's. So happy birthday, Brenda, from all of us here at Red Shores. And thank you for making us a part of your special day as we work on the first. Francesca, my top play, 2-year-old filly by Sunshine Beach, coming in off a strong second and 59-2, 28-3 final quarter. First up on that day, and was a really solid second to Nevea Divine in that non-winners of 1 event. And then in her debut, she was a first up winner by 5. She brushed and crushed on that day, 2 minutes 3/5. Closing quarter, 29-2. So making start number 3 of her young career. Doesn't look like she has a lot of gate speed, so we'll look for maybe a similar trip as she's played out in her first 2 races. Maybe get away mid-pack, and then Murner pull the trigger and make a move to the front in the back half of the mile. She's shown a lot of talent so far through 2 starts, so I think she can get the win here in start number 3 at 4-5. Ace 44, Emma, out of the Tammy Collins stable. Corey McPherson driving. Carl Bagnall is the owner from Stratford on the front end in her last 2 starts. 2-year-old daughter by Dolly, and gave it up late both times. Ended up third by 4 last time out, 59-4. And then a good deuce to Francesca. 2 starts back, 201-3. I'll look for Ace 44, Emma, to scoot out to an early lead, but then maybe take a pocket trip because the front end has not been her friend in her last 2, and you don't like seeing that with a 2-year-old filly. And so I'm sure Corey will want to cover her up, maybe following maybe the 4, maybe early. Murner will make a move earlier than he has in his last 2 with Francesca, and I could see a 2-hole ride right to the finish for Ace 44, Emma and McPherson, 7-2. Spinelli has hit the board in 4 of her last 6 starts. Tough post last time out from post 7. Check it out where she was at the quarter, 18 lengths back, and so tough to gain when you spot them 18 lengths, 6 by 13 at the finish, 2 minutes 2/5. Good second, 2 starts back in Summerside, getting out to the lead there past the quarter. Half 59, ended up second to Twin Turbo Diesel on that day, 31-1 closing quarter. She likes to rally from off the pace. You can see in her line she's doesn't mind being overland as well, so I'm sure Spinelli and Langell, they'll get away probably 4th or 5th in here and then maybe make a late move to land on this triactor ticket. I'm putting them in there for 3rd, currently 7-1. I'm at 4-1-5 here in the opener. Good luck with your selections. Race 1 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Ace 44 Emma, Could Have Been a Lady, The Sun and Moon, Francesca Spinelli, Whiskey Station. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off and facing the Sun and the Moon is the first one out. Ace 44 Emma on the rails, and there outside is Francesca. Could Have Been a Lady will round the turn in 4th, then it's Spinelli 5th, and the trailer on the outside, Whiskey Station. To the backstretch they go. Francesca and Out of Murder take over the early lead. The Sun and Moon now 2nd, racing 3rd. Ace 44 Emma, then in 4th it's Could Have Been a Lady. 5th is Spinelli, and on the outside 6th, Whiskey Station by the first quarter mile. Francesca got him there in 30 seconds flat. The Sun and Moon with the 2-hole ride. Ace 44 Emma around the turn 3rd. Back into 4th, Could Have Been a Lady. Then in 5th, Spinelli. Whiskey Station, the trailer, down the stretch they come. Arriving at the opening half mile next. And the post-time chalk is halfway home. Francesca. The Sun and Moon continues 2nd. Ace 44 Emma 3rd. That's Could Have Been a Lady 4th. Spinelli 5th. Whiskey Station 6th. 59 and 3 was the half. Arriving at 5/8 and opening by 2, make it 3. Francesca will take him to 3/4. The Sun and Moon 2nd. Ace 44 Emma 3rd. 4th is Could Have Been a Lady. Then in 5th it's Spinelli. Whiskey Station continuing to trail. They're by 3/4. Francesca still there. 1:29 flat the time. 2nd the Sun and Moon. Ace 44 Emma on the outside 3rd. Could Have Been a Lady 4th. Spinelli 5th. Whiskey Station 6th. Homeward bound in tonight's opener. Francesca on the lead. Ace 44 Emma. Could Have Been a Lady. Francesca wins for Out of Murder. 2nd, that's Ace 44 Emma. 3rd goes to Could Have Been a Lady. 1:58 and 1.
Excellent trip by Francesca. She delivered us the chalk. Murner didn't waste any time getting to the front. Got there around the 8th pole as the Sun and Moon and Joey Pino shot out to an early lead. Then took that 2-hole ride behind Francesca, the post-time favorite. Murner called the shots 30, 59 and 3, 129, kicked home in 29 and 1 for her second career victory, a new lifetime mark for this 2-year-old filly by Sunshine Beach. The connections of Ace 44 Emma. Got to be pretty pleased with that effort here tonight. Got away in the 3-hole, passed one, getting home, getting up there for a fast closing deuce. She raced much better here tonight, getting up there for the deuce for Corey. And then the other Langell trainee in here, Mark Campbell, had the catch driving call, and he made it a good one, getting up there for the Shodo. So 4-1-2 unofficially here in race 1, and we'll see Francesca back in the Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Here comes Francesca to the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle in tonight's opener. Facing filly 2 by Sunshine Beach off the Western Ideal Dam, Arabella J. Owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Bred by Kerry Lowes of Princeton, Ontario. Trained by Von Doyle. Adam Murner drives her to victory and a new record tonight. 158-1. Francesca in the opener.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now, the official results from the first race. Ace 44 Emma was second. Could have been a lady third. The Sun and Moon fourth. Francesca, the race winner. Spinelli finished fifth. Whiskey Station sixth. Fractions of 30, 59 and 3. 129 and the mile 158 and 1. From the top, your program reads 234-156. Francesca paid 230. The exactor 470, triactor 1080, and the superfecta 356.
Red Shores is pleased to announce HBI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com and the new HPI Rewards program for PEI.
Second race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Mile Hill Cash, owned by John Brohl Shediac, Cape New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. Corey McPherson drives. Magian Blazes 2, Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, owns, trains, and drives. Ma Barker 3, owned by the Shotgun Stables of West Royalty. Dave Kelly trains and drives. 4, Dusty Lane Kahlua, owned by Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gaz of Cornwall, trained by Lenny Myers, Adam Murner. 5, Mile Hill Gus, owned and trained by Paul Morrison of Cardigan, Mark Campbell. 5 minutes to post time. Kurt has more on the ultimate guest experience starting tonight at Red Shores.
That's all right, fans. Can't beat this deal. Join us Thursdays in the top of the park for the ultimate guest experience. This offer begins tonight, and it includes all-you-can-eat buffet, live racing action, $10 casino free play coupon, and $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one great price of $35.95 plus tax. For more information on the ultimate guest experience, visit Redshores.ca. Race 2 starters on track, and we are on the trot for Race 2. Jim Ripley and Magian Blaze is my top play in here. He is the owner, breeder, trainer, and driver. He does it all in this one. 10 for 11 in the top 3. Still looking for that first win over the last couple of years, actually. Over 15 over the last 2 years, but 10 for 11 in the top 3 this year, a little over $6,000 made, coming in off 3 strong second place finishes last time out. 2 minutes, 3/5, had the rail, got a good 2-hole ride, and finished second to Hall of a Ride, and then 2 back, a good second to Ripped and Ready. So pretty nice, classy age trotters. This one was runner-up to in his last 2. So I think dodging that crew here tonight, I think he is the one to beat. Magian Blazes, 7-5. I really like the way this mare has raced in her last few starts. Getting better and better every week. Good drive by Kelly last time out. Had the 2-hole, got away 3 early and closed really strong. Finished third, only beaten a length and 3/4 at the finish. 2 minutes, 4/5 in behind Hall of a Ride and Magian Blazes. So I think this one's going to finish in behind Magian Blazes again tonight. So I'm going to put her in there for the exactor. She was a good third, 2 back as well in 2:01, 29-1. Closer, Libero and Hall of a Ride were in front of her on that day. So pretty good company. She is keeping in her last couple starts and hitting the ticket in her last 2. So I'm betting she does one better here tonight. I'm at 2-3 in the exactors, 6-5. Current choice on the board right now, Ma Barker and Dave Kelly. one of two 3-year-olds in this race. The other one being Dusty Lane Kahlua out there in post 4. I've elected to go with the one on the rail, the 3-year-old gelding by EL Rocket, Mile Hill Cash. John Bro of Shediac Cape, New Brunswick is the owner. Paul Morrison trains. Corey McPherson in the seat, coming in off 3 fourth place finishes in his last 3 starts. 2 minutes, 3 back, 30 flat. Final panel, real good effort there. 3 starts back from post 2 in that PEI Cold Stake. Atlantic Sire Stakes made a break 2 back, but bounced back with a good effort in a non-winners of 2 overnight. Only back 3 1/4 at the finish. Should get a really tidy trip along the rail here in this one. Probably may sit in the 2 hole. Dusty Lane Kahlua could be springing off the wing, so maybe sitting 3 for this one, but I could see Mile Hill Cash being a part of this try, currently 7-2. We're on the trot here for race 2, and the 5 trotters in the field. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 2 upstairs. For the call to Vance Cameron.
Mile Hill Cash, Majayan Blazes, Ma Barker, Dusty Lane Kahlua, and Mile Hill Gus are now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're off and trotting, all but the 3. Ma Barker has jumped it off at the start. Into the turn, Mile Hill Cash at the rail, the leader, alongside second, Majayan Blazes. Then third, that is Dusty Lane Kahlua, coming fourth on the outside, Mile Hill Gus. And then the trailer, Ma Barker, 3 wide as they straighten up the backstretch and go to the opening quarter. And on the outside, Mile Hill Gus, the leader. In at the rail, Majayan Blazes is second, racing from third. That's Mile Hill Cash. Fourth is Dusty Lane Kahlua. In the backfield, Ma Barker, the trailer. They're at the quarter in 30. And 3, Mile Hill Gus has cleared the lead now for Mark Campbell. Majayan Blazes is second. Mile Hill Cash comes out of the turn third with the leaders fourth. Dusty Lane Kahlua in the backfield. Ma Barker, they arrive at the half-mile next, led by Mile Hill Gus. In the 2-hole, Majayan Blazes racing from third. That's Mile Hill Cash. Fourth is Dusty Lane Kahlua. Ma Barker, the trailer, the half mile in 101 flat. Onward they go, rounding the paddock turn, led by Mile Hill Gosh. Majayan Blazes sticking with the leader. Off stride went Mile Hill Cash. Now moving into third, Dusty Lane Kahlua. The three-quarters up and coming. Mile Hill Gosh, the leader. Dusty, he's gone off stride now on the front end. We're down to just two. Here with a quarter of a mile to go. Dusty Lane Kahlua takes over late. Second, Giant Blazes. Mile Hill Gosh third. Mile Hill Cash fourth. Ma Barker fifth. 1:33 flat down at three-quarters. And they're homeward bound. Dusty Lane Kahlua, the leader. Giant Blazes second. Mile Hill Gosh third. On the wire, here is the Adam Murder Daily Double tonight. Dusty Lane Kahlua wins second, Majayan Blazes, and Mile Hill Gosh third. 2-0, 2-1.
All right, we're going to get a look at the Universum Media slow-mo here for race 2. We're on the trot, and with young trotters, inexperienced, sometimes they can make breaks, and we had a couple, actually 3 breakers in this race. Minding their manners was the two, though. Majayan Blazes and Jim Ripley had that good 2-hole ride behind Mile Hill Gus. And Dusty Lane Kahlua made a late move for Adam Murner. She looked good here tonight. She got the jump on the two Majayan Blazes, going to three-quarters there in 1:33. Closed it out in 29-1, and Majayan Blazes with the breaker in front of him just wasn't able to reel in the 4 in this race. So another deuce for the two Majayan Blazes. Dusty Lane Kahlua and Murner get the job done. He doubles up with the early double here. Murner and Dusty Lane Kahlua. Good trip, 2:02-1. And we'll see her back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
Dusty Lane Kahlua is in the second race winner's circle, trotting Bay Philly 3 by E.L. Rocket from the PJ's Nabby Dam, Kim's PJ, owned by Gary McDonald of Dundas, Ontario, and Ronnie Gaz of Cornwall. Ronnie is the breeder, trained by Lenny Myers. Adam Murner just completes the early daily double. Time for the mile, 2:02-1. Dusty Lane Kahlua and the Murner double to open up a Thursday night at the driving park.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results from race 2. Mile Hill Cash 4th. Majayan Blazes 2nd. Ma Barker finished 5th. Dusty Lane Kahlua, the race winner. Mile Hill Gus 3rd. 30-3, 101. 133, and the mile 2:02-1. In review, it's 4:25-13. Dusty Lane Kahlua paid $6.30. The exactor 10.20, triactor 53.50, superfecta 13.98, and that out of Murder Daily Double 6.10.
Red Shores Summerside has another exciting on-track promotion until the end of our live racing season on November the 11th. Introducing the new track triple. You can buy the Isle Pick 5, a Pick 4, and one daily double, and you will have a chance to win $500. So ask your on-track seller about the new track triple.
Third race trotters and their drivers on the track for post parade. Number 1, Majayan Salsa. Jim Ripley training and driving for owner Mary Lee Ripley, Amherst, Nova Scotia. Libero 2 is owned and trained by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, Mark Campbell. Rider Man 3, Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge, is the owner and the trainer. Note the driver change to Jason Hughes. Hall of a Ride number 4, owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of Carlisle, Ontario. Kenny Murphy drives. Rocket Blast is 5, owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Corey McPherson, trainer driver. 4 minutes, 2 post time. Thank you to Peter Smith with Metro Home Building Center and Arnold Hagen with High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, title sponsors of the 2025 Maritime Breeders' Stake.
Okay, just a couple changes in this third race. Libero going without the shoes for this one, pulling the shoes on Libero. You see that with trotters. It seems to work too. They love going barefoot, so we'll see how that works out with Libero here in race number 3. I'm going with the 5, Rocket Blast. Oh, the other change in here, Jason Hughes driving the 3 Glider Man. Rocket Blast, my top play. Going up against the top trotters all summer long. 13 13 of 30 in the top 3, just 1 win, and that's because he's been racing against Buckhead Ridge and Fight Song all summer. So tough to overtake those 2 top trotters. But coming in off back-to-back seconds, a distant second last time out to Fight Song in that track record performance of 54 and 3. This guy trotted 58 and 4, 29 and 2 final panel. A good second to Buckhead Ridge. 2 back, 57 and 1. He trotted 29 and 1 final panel. Corey McPherson trains and drives for owner Carl Bagnall of Stratford. He dodges the top trotters tonight, and so I'm betting this guy gets to the front and makes every call a winning one at 4-5. There is the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. Get the catch drive here on Glider Man. Ford trainer Jen Doyle coming in off a good third, 59 in that Island Oceans final. Got away third on that day, finished third, Fight Song and Rocket Blast. The start prior to that, 59 and 2 mile, and a good third 4-back, 58 and 4 for Kenny Murphy. Has post 3 tonight. There is a little inside speed to his left. Libero has some good gate speed, but the mare on the rail doesn't have that great of speed. So I'll look for Glider Man to be forwardly placed in here, probably sitting up in the top 2 or 3. I got him sitting in the 2-hole. I think he's going to get a good 2-hole ride following Rocket Blast, but we'll see what happens when the wings fold. Even if he's sitting 3, I think he can overtake Libero down the stretch to get up for the deuce. So I'm at 5-3 in the exactor, the 3, 7-2. And Jim Ripley trains and drives Giant Salsa from the rail here tonight. 6-year-old mare by Ted the Stud. A good 4th from the rail last time out at the 1801 level. Buckhead Ridge was the winner on that day. Rocket Blast, Fight Song in the top 3, so pretty good top 3. Giant Salsa completing the super on that day. And that was a couple of weeks ago, so she had a week off last week. And so coming in fresh with the rail, I think she could round out this try. If she gets away in the top 3 or 4, she's got good closing speed, kicked home in 29 and 3 in her latest. So I'll look for her to round out the try at 5-1. Staying on the trot here for race 3. Hopefully this field of 5 stays trotting. A lot more experience under their belt in this one, so it should be a good one. They're lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
The Giants also, Libero, Glider Man, Oliver Ride, Rocket Blast, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off stride on the rail, Magian Salsa has jumped it off. Into the turn they go. Oliver Ride leaves out Libero towards the rail to their outside. Rocket Blast 3 wide third to get away fourth. That's Glider Man and the trailer fifth. Magian Salsa, the quarter pole bound. Rocket Blast keeps coming from the outside. He's the leader. Oliver Ride on the cone second. Settling up for third, that's Libero. Fourth is Glider Man. Then the trailer, Magian Salsa. They move by the first quarter mile. It's Rocket Blast and Corey McPherson out in front. Up at 28 and 3 opening quarter. Racing from second, Oliver Ride around the turn, Libero third, right with the leaders fourth. That's Glider Man, and the trailer is Magian Salsa. They arrive at the half mile next, and it's Rocket Blast at 1 to 9. He's halfway home. Second, Oliver Ride, Libero third. Glider Man a contender in fourth, playing catch up fifth. That's Magian Salsa, 58 and 3, opening half mile. So it's Rocket Blast rolling along here, going by the 5/8, opening more than 2. Oliver Ride is second, Libero third, Glider Man fourth, Magian Salsa fifth, the 3/4 the next stop, and Rocket Blast will get them there with a 2-length lead. Second is Oliver Ride on the outside, Libero moving up third, Glider Man fourth, and Magian Salsa fifth, the 3/4 in 1:29 and 3/8 of a mile left to trot. Rocket Blast homeward bound. Oliver Ride is second. Libero on the outside third. Glider Man fourth. On the wire next. Here is Rocket Blast and McPherson. Libero second. Looked like Oliver Ride third. Time for the mile in 1:58.4.
Nice to see this guy get another win. That makes it 2 for the year. Rocket Blast and McPherson just kept the pedal to the metal. Oliver Ride leaving to the inside. Libero also good gate speed. But no, Rocket Blast wanted the front end, and Corey McPherson put him there. 28 and 3, half 58 and 3, 3/4 129 and 3. Nice breather there in the third quarter, and then they stopped the clock tonight in 1:58 and 4. Libero raced really good with the shoes off here tonight, grabbing the deuce, and it's a tight show photo between the four. Oliver Ride and Glider Man on the outside for Hughes on the outside there at the end of it, but no doubt about the winner. It's Rocket Blast delivering us a chalk 1 to 9. Gets it done. The 2 Libero is second. Glider Man is in there for third at 7 to 1. So 5-2-3 unofficially here in race 3, and we'll see Rocket Blast back in the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
Here comes Rocket Blast into the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the third race. Trotting big outing 4 by E.L. Rocket off the Dream Vacation Dam, Rich Dreams. Owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Bred by Wade Piccone of Stanchel. Trained and driven to victory by Corey McPherson. Trotting to a new race win record tonight, 1:58 and 4. Rocket Blast delivers in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the third race. Majayan Salsa 5th, Lavero 2nd, Gliderman 3rd, Oliver Ride was 4th. Rocket Blast, the race winner, 28-3, 58-3, 129-3, and the mile 158-4. In review, 5-2-3, 4-1. Rocket Blast 220, Exactor 590, Triactor 1160, and the Superfecta 384.
Join us at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shore, Charlottetown, and now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special and fan favorite steak sandwich, hot hamburger, and Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information.
Skip across on the fourth race post parade. Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr. Stanley does the training. The drive goes to Jason Hughes. Wins on Quincy 2. The owners, Thane and Jack Arsenault, Jumper Wilson and Edward Blaisdell. Trained by Thane Arsenault, Mark Campbell. Warriors Alley number 3, owned by Barbie Affleck of Cornwall and Dina Clough of New Haven. Dina does the training and driven by Brett Clough. St. Charles Fireball number 4, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown. Trained by Vaughn Doyle. Corey McPherson. 5-Star Dragon number 5, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Trained by Vaughn Doyle. Vaughn will do the post parade. Adam Murner will drive. 6 is Heather's Pet. Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown, the owner, trainer, and the driver. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 4. 5 minutes to post time. Race Day Live continues with the new HPI Bet app and how you can sign up in just 3 easy steps.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Just saw trainer Vaughn Doyle handing over the lines to Adam Murner. He paraded the five-star Dragon. It's one of 2 entries for Vaughn Doyle. Vaughn's having a real good year, and he's got 2 excellent shots in this 4th race. I've elected to go with 5-star Dragon just on the class drop. Chris Kelly is the owner from Calgary, Alberta. Vaughn Doyle training, and Adam Murner in the seat. And the last time out, Murner was there in the seat, spotted them 10 lengths at the quarter, rallied to finish 4th, only beaten 3.5 lengths, 57-2. Closing quarter, 28-3. He likes to finish, but starting is where he finds himself in a hole every week. Spotting them 10 lengths last week. The week before that, getting away 6 by 3 3/4, and then 3 back, he spotted them 12 lengths. From the outside there, and even from post 4 back, he ended up 7 by 10 at the quarter. So the trick to this guy's win here tonight at this bottom level is to get away a little closer to the action, because he does have good closing speed, 28 and change up and down his card, and so I think he can rally to win if he gets away a little closer tonight. We'll see what Murner does off the gate, but 5-star Dragon has a real good shot in here at even money. St. Charles Fireball, another one with a real good shot in here. Race great for Hughes there, back with a first and second, 58-1, then 57. Closing quarter and 28 flat in that second place finish for Hughes. Closed to 29 last time out for Murner. And then on the front end, 2 back for Murner. Ended up cutting the mile and finishing 4th by a length and a quarter in 57-3. That was at the 7:01 level. Dropped to this 4:01 level last time out. Kind of flat on the end of it. He closed to 29, but I thought he should have maybe got a little bit more on that day than 5th. But 57-1 was his race time. So St. Charles Fireball, Corey McPherson picks up the drive. Adam Murner electing to drive the 5 in here, and so we'll play that angle and look for a 5-4 exactor. You're getting 5-2 on St. Charles Fireball. Winsong Quincy, real good option if you are playing the Tri-N Super. Mark Campbell getting the call. This guy raced great for Campbell, 3 back, rallying to finish third at 57-4 at this 401 level. Head post 6 on that day, spotted them 8 3/4 lengths at the quarter. He does have good gate speed when he draws inside, and he draws into post 2 here, so getting some post relief from the last time Campbell drove him. He was a good third for Brody McPhee. 2 back from the rail. Another good picking up a check last time out. Another good effort, 58-4 again for Brody McPhee. 4th, 3 3/4 of a length back at the finish last week. And so from post 2, I could see him getting away, maybe sitting 2 or 3, and I could see him rounding out the try at 9-5. Field of 6 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 4. Upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Skip across, Winsong Quincy, Royals Alley, St. Charles Fireball, 5-Star Dragon, Heather's Pet. They're at the top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Off and facing Winsong Quincy will get the first call. Second into the turn from the outside, Heather's Pet towards the rail, Royals Alley. Between those horses, as they round the turn, St. Charles Fireball. Then the getaway 5th is 5-Star Dragon. And the early trailers skip across. On the back stretch, they go to the quarter. And up front, the leaders, Winsong Quincy and Mark Campbell. Second is St. Charles Fireball, dropping in to be third. That's Heather's Pet. 4th is Royals Alley. Then 5th is 5-Star Dragon. And trailing the field, skip across 6, 28 and 3. The opening quarter mile, they're in straight alignment at the 3/8 pole. Winsong Quincy is the fraction center. 2-hole ride belongs to St. Charles Fireball. Then in third, it's Heather's Pet. Royals Alley is 4th. 5-Star Dragon goes 5th. Then he's edged out, and the trailer is Skip Across. At the midway point in the 4th, Winsong Quincy in 57-4. Tracking in the 2-hole is St. Charles Fireball. On the move, 3rd. 5-Star Dragon is underway. Heather's Pet 4th. On the outside, 5th is Royals Alley, and Skip Across 6th. 3/4 coming next. Winsong Quincy at the rail. 5-Star Dragon now has got his head in front. To the outside from 3rd is St. Charles Fireball. Royals Alley is up into 4th. 3/4 up in 1:28 flat. They round the top turn for the second and final time. Down to an 1/8 of a mile left to go. And the stablemate's turning for home. That's 5-Star Dragon. St. Charles Fireball. Winsong Quincy on the wire. Here's Adam Murner. And win number 3 for the triple. 5-Star Dragon. Stablemate St. Charles Fireball was second. Royage Alley rallied in third, 156.4.
The Doyle trainee is going to finish 1-2 in here with 5-Star Dragon getting away much closer to the action tonight. And a first up, brush to the lead, past 3 quarters to 128, stops the clock in 156.4. Head to close in 28.4 to fend off the challenge from the stablemate St. Charles Fireball and McPherson, who had that nice live toe from a stablemate getting in there for the deuce. I thought Winsong Quincy on the front end here, big trip, but he got tired late in the mile. Half 57.4 off a 28.3 opening quarter, 128 to 3 quarters. He got a little tired in the stretch, and the 3, Royaz Alley and Brett Clough, end up nailing them for the show prize in here. So we got a 5-4-3 try in the fourth, and we'll see 5-Star Dragon and Murner back in the Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Five-Star Dragon into the fourth race winner's circle. Bay-pacing Stallion 5 by Custard the Dragon. Off the As Promise Dam, Best Promise. Owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta. Bred by the late Keith Clark and Doris McDougall. Von Doyle has the training double. Adam Murner, he's got a driving triple early on this Thursday night. The mile 156.4. Five-Star Dragon triples up Murner in the fourth.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the champion sire, Malicious. This is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the fourth. Skipper Cross fifth. Winsong Quincy fourth. Royage Alley third. St. Charles Fireball was second. Five-Star Dragon, the race winner. Heather's Fat sixth. They went 28-3, 57-4. 128 and the mile 156.4. In review, it's 5-4-3, 2-1-6. Five-Star Dragon paid $370. The Exactor $710. Triactor $3860. Superfactor $677.
Red Shores Racing is proud to present the Player Portal, and this page has everything you need as a player in one location. Race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. So visit the Player Portal at redshores.ca/racing.
Fifth race features a super high five. The run post for 8, Starship Sundancer is number 1. Owned by Claude Portier, trained by Earl Watts. Harold Shepard drives. Listen, Linda Lou, number 2. Mark Campbell driving for owner-trainer Carson Wilkie, Stratford. Apple Pie Moonshine wears 3, owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke of Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Paul Langell. Cinnamon Swirls, number 4, owned by Stacy Darrow of Stratford. Muriel McLeod of St. Charles. Stacy does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 5 is Red Dirt Diamond. Dina Clow of New Haven is the owner and the trainer. Brett Clow drives. Moonbound is 6, owned by Gregory Kirby of Sydney and Nathaniel Smith of Holden, Maine, trained by Jennifer Doyle. And note the driver change to Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Honeymoon, number 7, owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. Adam Murner trains and drives. 8 is Galapagos, owned by Don and Courtney McLean of Fairview, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5 minutes to post time. And Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the first super high five on this Thursday night here at the driving park, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. In the 5th, I'm on to the 6, Moonbound. Note the driver change. Kenny Murphy got the late call tonight. I'm going to use the 6 on top. Going to go right alongside to the hot Adam Murner with Woodmere Honeymoon. I like him to be second in here. For 3rd, I'm on to the 1 horse, and may get a price on her tonight. That is Starship Sundancer. I'll use the 4, Cinnamon Swirls, for 4th, and complete my super high five with the 2, Listen, Linda Lou. 6, 7, 1, 4, 2 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, we're pretty close. We got the same 5, Vance. I like the 6 as well, Moonbound. Kenny Murphy gets the live catch drive coming in off a strong second in 56 and 1, so I think he can get there with this 3-year-old filly by Bet the Moon. Going to go with the 1, Starship Sundancer. Harold gets along really well with this filly. She's got a lot of speed, and she's coming in off a good second in a Lady Slipper grass route from the rail. 58 and 3, 29 and 2 final panel rail for her again tonight. And so I think she can get there for the deuce. I like the 2, Listen Linda Lou, and Mark Campbell for 3rd. Last time Mark drove this filly, he drove her 3 wide to the quarter. Got away in the 2-hole, ended up 4th by 2. And then placed 3rd, 59 and 3. So a better trip here from post 2 could put her right in contention for the top 3. I like the 7, Woodmere Honeymoon, to rally from off the pace. She was a good 5th from post 6 last time out in that Breeders' Crown. Final 56 and 1, closing quarter 28 and 1. She goes that speed here tonight. She may be in the winner's circle, but I'm going to put her in for 4th. And then I'm going to close it out with Cinnamon Swirls and Corey McPherson at a post 4, coming in off a good 5th, beating 3 3/4 lengths at the finish in 58 and 4. So I'm at 6-1-2-7-4. And you've heard Vance's selections. Good luck with yours. Here in race 5, our first super high 5 of the evening. Got an equipment change in this race, just to repeat, mentioned them earlier, but Apple Pie Moonshine. Equipment change from blinkers to blind and removing Murphy blind and tail ties. So going blinkers to blind bridle and removing that Murphy blind and taking off the tail tie as well. So keep that in mind when you're taking a shot at the super high 5 in here. Apple Pie Moonshine, again, equipment change, blinkers to blind, and removing the Murphy blind and tail tie. Super high 5 time here in Charlottetown. The 5th race starters, full field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate upstairs for the race call to Vance Cameron.
Starship Sundancer, Listen Linda Lou, Apple Pie Moonshine, Cinnamon Swirls, Red Dirt Diamond, Moonbound, Woodmere Honeymoon, and Galapagos. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Moonbound, the first one out. On the rail, Starship Sundancer going with him. Then on the outside for third, Woodmere Honeymoon around the turn in fourth. At the rail, that is Listen Linda Lou. Then the fifth one as they move to the backstretch is Apple Pie Moonshine. Racing from six, Cinnamon Swirls. Then it's Red Dirt Diamond and Galapagos the trailer. Moonbound took him all the way to the quarter, but now he clears the lead in line to Kenny Murphy. Second, that is Starship Sundancer, now racing from third. Woodmere Honeymoon, they went 28 and 2 to the quarter. And as they go by the 3/8, we got movement up front. It is Moonbound the leader, but here is Starship Sundancer up from the outside. She'll retake for Harold Shepard. Moonbound is second, Woodmere Honeymoon third, then in fourth. That's Listen Linda Lou. Fifth is Apple Pie Moonshine going to the outside sixth. Red Dirt Diamond, Cinnamon Swirls takes out seventh, and Galapagos is the trailer off of 57 and 4 half mile. 3/8 left to go. Starship Sundancer the leader. Listen Linda Lou up and at her now. Third at the rail, Moonbound coming fourth. That's Red Dirt Diamond. Cinnamon Swirls is fifth. Now sixth, Woodmere Honeymoon. On the outside, Apple Pie Moonshine seventh. Galapagos trailing by 3/4 in 1, 28 and 3. New leader late. Listen Linda Lou and Campbell with an 8 to go. Red Dirt Diamond, wow. You talk about upset-minded here. Down the stretch they come. Listen Linda Lou. Red Dirt Diamond way wide. Woodmere Honeymoon. Cinnamon Swirls up the inside. Wow, what a photo in here. It's picture time, and they stop the clock in 1:58.2.
Well, Starship Sundancer, a little give and go with Moonbound early. Woodmere Honeymoon in the 3-hole, and the two that got caught in behind Starship Sundancer both took different tracks down the lane. The 6 went to the inside. You can see on the screen Kenny Murphy and Moonbound angling out, stick handling, getting up the inside, and on the far outside, Murner took the outside route with the 7 Woodmere Honeymoon, and he is going to make the right move as he gets up in the final strides to nail it here on the line. Big trip for Woodmere Honeymoon as they get the job done in 1:58 and 2 off a half and 57 and 4. They were tired getting home. You can see Moonbound up the inside there getting the show prize. Cinnamon Swirls grabs a play spot in here for Corey McPherson, but a nice timed win here by Woodmere Honeymoon, who looked like she was out of it around the last turn. She's going to rally up to get the win at 4-1. Cinnamon Swirls second, Moonbound third, Red Dirt Diamond at 51-1 fourth, and Apple Pie Moonshine fifth. So 7-4, 6, 5-3 unofficially here in race 5, and we'll see the 7 Woodmere Honeymoon and Murner back in the Crown Rust Protection winner circle next. The Prince Edward Island Standardbred Horse Owners Association is proud to present tonight's blanket to Woodmere Honeymoon. From providing group benefits to offering education, advocacy, and support for owners, trainers, grooms, and drivers, the PEI-SHOA works to strengthen harness racing here at home. And we're committed to ensuring the future of our sport while celebrating the traditions that make PEI racing so special. So congratulations to the connection of a Woodmere Honeymoon from all of us at the PEI-SHOA.
Here comes the white-hot Adam Murner to the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle in the 5th. Woodmere Honeymoon got her nose on the wire first. Big Facing Filly 3 by Bet the Moon out of the Dragon Again Dam, a Morrible Hanover. Owned by Herman McQuaid, Mike May, and Krista Dunsford. Bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Adam Murner training and driving. Adam's 4th winner. He's got the Grand Slam tonight. And the filly scores in 1:58 and 2. Woodmere Honeymoon in the Super High 5, and the Adam Murner Quadruple.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in race 5. Starship Sundancer was 7th. Listen Linda Lou 6th. Apple Pie Moonshine 5th. Cinnamon Swirls was 2nd. Red Dirt Diamond 4th. Moonbound was 3rd. Woodmere Honeymoon, the race winner. Galapagos finished 8th. They went 28-2, 57-4, 128-3, and the mile 158-2. In review, 765, 243, 18. Woodmere Honeymoon paid $10.20. The Exactor $46.30, Triactor $93, and the Super High 5 at $221.34. Rosie All Over will lead the 6th race on parade. Carson Wilkie of Stratford is the owner, and the trainer, Corey McPherson, drives. Windermere on the line, number 2, owned by Windermere Farm to Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, driven by Mark Campbell. Pop the Pin, number 3, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. For Real Smoke Show, owned by Donald McCray of Vernon Birch, trained by Ashley Gamester, Adam Murner, catch drives. Hoscat, number 5, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers, Gilberto drives. 5 minutes to post time. Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada.
Last call for 50-50 here in the top of the park. 270, over 270 to the winner right now. So last call for 50-50 here in the top of the park. Okay, an excellent group here in this 6th race. Winners of 3, not more than 5 races. Life for filly and mares, and there's a good look at my top lane here. Hoscat, 4-year-old mare by Luck Be With You, owned by Matthew and Liam Myers of Stratford. Lenny trains, their dad Lenny trains, and Gilberto, the Maritime Magic Man, is in the seat. He was in the seat 2 starts back for a good 4th and 57-2. She's been doing good things with Mark Campbell in the seat as well. Fired home in 27-4 to finish 2nd there. Last time out 56-3, and then 3 starts back. A really good 2nd by a head in 57. Closing quarter 27-4, and then a winner 4 back for Campbell in 59-2. So she likes to do her work from off the pace. So if she gets some good live flow to cover, Hoscat could get the job done out there in post 5, currently 4-5 on the board. Another possible winner is the 3, Pop the Pin. David McDonald of Belfast is the owner of this 3-year-old daughter by Courtly Choice. Ashley Gamester trains. Jason Hughes in the seat. Good runner-up finish in the Lady Slipper Grass Route in Summerside. Last time out 58-4, and then a winner on the front end 56-4 in the PEI Cold State Grass Route event. 3 starts back from the rail. 29-1 closer on that day. So if she gets to the front here tonight, it could be game over for the competition. Pop the Pin. Good value play right now at 5-1. Rosie All Over has the pole position in this event. 4-year-old mare by Hilarious Halo, owned by Carson Wilkie of Stratford. Carson's also the trainer, and Corey McPherson, regular pilot, back in the seat here tonight. They were a 3rd place finisher last time out, 58-4 at the 7:01 level, and then a winner, 4 back and 57-4 down at that winners of 1, not more than 2. Tough luck at this level, 3 back, 6 by 11, 58-4. Race time, but that was in against some pretty talented group there. Elm Grove Talia, one of the top fillies in her division. Fitness First, a top 2-year-old in her division this year. Watch Me Shake It, doing great things lately as well. And so that was a real tough group the last time she raced at this level. So in this compact field of 5 from the rail, I think they'll probably be spotted up close near the action, and so I'll look for Rosie all over to maybe grab the Shodo in here. Currently 7-2. Pretty evenly matched group in this event. Longest shot is 5-1. And I like her. She could get the job done in here. That is Pop the Pin and Hughes as the field of 5. Lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Rosie all over, Windermere on the line, Pop the Pin, Real Smoke Show, and Hoscat. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off and pacing, Rosie all over at the rail, the first one out. Windermere on the line is second, third into the turn, Pop the Pin. Fourth, that is Real Smoke Show. Then the early trailer from fifth, that is Hoscat. Rounding the turn, guarding the cones, Rosie all over the leader for Corey McPherson. Windermere on the line, got the two-hole ride, back into third, Pop the Pin. Then fourth, Real Smoke Show. And Hoscat is trailing in fifth. They're at the opening quarter mile, and Rosie all over. She is the fraction setter up at 29 and 2/4 mile. Racing from second, Windermere on the line. Pop the Pin around the turn third. Fourth, that is Real Smoke Show. Hoscat sent to the outside from fifth. Down the stretch they come, approaching the opening half mile. Rosie all over is the leader. Second, Windermere on the line. Hoscat is rushing now, picking up third on the outside. There goes Real Smoke Show to catch the cover. Fourth, and the trailer at the rail fifth. Pop the Pin 59. And 1 was the half. They arrive at the 5/8 next. Rosie all over at the rail. Hoscat to her outside is taken over the lead. Third is Windermere on the line, racing fourth. Real Smoke Show. Trailing fifth, Pop the Pin, but she's not out of it. Hoscat, the new leader at 3/4. Rosie all over second. Real Smoke Show advancing on the outside third. 3/4 in 1:29 flat. They round the top turn. Second and final time now. Just an 8 left to go. Hoscat at the rail. Real Smoke Show on the outside. Pop the Pin is taken up third. Rosie all over fourth. Windermere on the line. Deep stretch now on the wire. Welcome to the Adam Murner Show. Wow. Win number 5 on this Thursday night. Real Smoke Show has upset them in 158-4.
How's that song go? When you're hot, you're hot. Well, that is Adam Murner here tonight. Wow, what a clinic he is putting on, and he gets the job done here with Real Smoke Show out of the Ashley Gamester stable. One of two entries for Ashley Gamester in this race. Following along in behind Hoscat, who provided that live first over flow as Rosie All Over gave it up late for Corey McPherson on the front end off a half in 59 and 1:129. Hoscat's going to get overtaken late in the mile by Real Smoke Show and Murner as his great night continues here in this sixth race. Time of the mile, 1:58 and 4, right to her record. The 3-year-old daughter by Huntsville and Murner. They'll be back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Here comes Real Smoke Show to the 6 days winner's circle. Bay Pacing Philly 3 by Huntsville. From the Real Desire Dam, Real a Feeling. Owned by Don McRae of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Lindy Farms of Connecticut. Trained by Ashley Gamester. Adam Murner. What a night for Mr. Murner. That's 5 trips into that Crown Rush Protection winner's circle. And the filly right to her record of 1:58 and 4. Real Smoke Show. Adam Murner. 5th winner on the night, 1:58.4.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in race 6, Rosie All Over 5th, Windermere on the Line 3rd. Pop the Pin was 4th. Real Smoke Show, the race winner. Hoscat was 2nd. They went 29 and 2, 59 and 1, 129, and the mile in 1:58 and 4. In review, 5-3-4, 1-2. Real Smoke Show, 12-10 to win. Exactor 26.90, Triactor 88.60, and the Superfecta 20.40. on the 7th race post parade. Number 1, Lady Divine. Owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Jason Hughes drives. 2 is Sweet Molly, owned by Claire Murphy, Daryl Murphy, Cindy McLean, and David Dowling. David does the training. Note the driver change to Gilles Barriel. Windermere's 83. The owners are Shane Essen, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skierman. Trained by Saul Lanigan. Kenny Murphy drives. Woodmere Kennedy 4, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell aboard. Halmac Maleficent number 5, owned by Gordy Hennessy, Laurie Hennessy, and Paul Bernard. Trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner. Tall Dark Latte number 6, owned by Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Tommy Weatherby, driven by Brody McPhee at 4 minutes. 2 post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
We might have changed the name of this tonight, Vance, to the Adam Murner Race Day Recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. He's won 5 of the first 6 races here. He got the job done in race 1 with Francesca, 2-year-old filly by Sunshine Beach. Got it done a good trip too, 58-1 off a half and 59-3. Got to the front early, and then Murner just kept the pedal to the metal, getting the job done there in 58-1. Over Ace 44 Emma, and Could Have Been a Lady rallied in there good for Campbell for third. 4-1-2 try. It paid $10.80. And then over in race 2, we were on the trot. We had some breakers in that race. Dusty Lane Kahlua, she minded her manners, came first up for Murner late in the mile, and she's going to get up for the win in 2:02 and 1 closing quarter. 29-1 over Magian Blazes and Mile Hill Gus. Good try in there, 4.25, 53.50. And then Adam Murner took a break from winning to give, I guess, Corey McPherson a shot as he gets the job done in race 3. We're on the trot again in race 3. Rocket Blast dodging the open trotters tonight. He gets it done. He's a bully in there as he got it done on the front. 58-3, 129-3, time of the mile, 158-4 for Rocket Blast over Libero, who took the shoes off, went barefoot tonight. Gliderman rounded out the top 3. 5-2-3 was 1160. Over in race 4, back to the Adam Murner show. 5-star Dragon coming first up here for Murner. Going to get it done over the stablemate St. Charles Fireball. Royals Alley and Brett Clough in there for the show prize. 5-4-3 try. It paid a nice ticket at $38.60. 5-star Dragon getting it done in 58-2. And then in race 5, Woodmere Honeymoon's going to get shuffled out the back as the 1 Starship Sundancer and Harold Shepard going to get to the lead. A little give and go early with Moonbound, and then Starship Sundancer going to get a little leg weary late, set it up for Woodmere Honeymoon to angle out and swoop the field late in the mile. Murner timed it perfectly with Woodmere Honeymoon getting the win in 158-2. And that, look at that super high five. The 20-cent ticket paid $221.34. And then in race 6, we just watched Murner tip off that live cover provided by Hoscat and Barrio. They're going to get up here in the final strides to win with Real Smoke Show and Murner to cap off his 5-win night so far through 6 races. 4-5-2 try. It was a good ticket of $88.60, and that's a look at the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, 2-5 right now on the 3. Windermere Sadie and Kenny Murphy got a good shot at getting the job done in here. I'm at 3-1-2. I like Lady Divine and Sweet Molly as well. 8-1 on Lady Divine and 5-2 on Sweet Molly right now as the field 4 race number 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's post time. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Lady Divine, Sweet Molly, Windermere Sadie, Woodmere Kennedy, Halmack Maleficent, Tall Dark Latte, top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go. Off and pacing, Windermere Sadie leaving out. Sweet Molly second on the rail. Lady Divine the third one into the turn. Woodmere Kennedy gets away fourth. Almac Maleficent is fifth, trailing sixth. Tall Dark Latte. The quarter pole bound, and on the lead, Windermere Sadie in line to Kenny Murphy. Away with the two-hole ride, that is Sweet Molly. Then in third on the cone, Lady Divine. Woodmere Kennedy has checked into fourth. That is Halmack Maleficent fifth, and the sixth one, Tall Dark Latte. Straight alignment off a quarter mile of 28-4. Windermere Sadie cutting this one out. In the two-hole, that is Sweet Molly. Lady Divine comes out of the turn third. That is Woodmere Kennedy fourth. The fifth one is Halmack Maleficent. And Tall Dark Latte sees them all from six. No movement for half a mile. And that's Windermere Sadie halfway home. Sweet Molly, the two-hole ride. There goes Lady Divine tipping out from third. Woodmere Kennedy fourth. Halmack Maleficent fifth. Tall Dark Latte sixth. 58-1 the halfway home time. 3/8 of a mile to go. Windermere Sadie taking them up the back stretch for time two. Lady Divine is taking over second. Sweet Molly at the rail third. Fourth on the outside. Woodmere Kennedy. Halmack Maleficent is fifth. On the outside sixth. Tall Dark Latte. 3 in, 3 out. 3/4 up in 1. 26-3. 28-2 in the third quarter. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Windermere Sadie trying to take them all the way. Sweet Molly at the rail second. Lady Divine, Halmack Maleficent splitting horses. Windermere Sadie in line to Kenny Murphy all the way. Sweet Molly held second. Halmack Maleficent got up third. Excellent trip. 154-3.
Pretty nice back half, 56-2. Closing quarter, 28 flat. Windermere Sadie delivers as the chalk choice in here, coming off a good fourth and 53-4 last time. Kenny Murphy put her on the front on the class drop, and she was much the best in here. Opening quarter, 28-4, half 58-1, and then he let her rock and roll, 126-3, stopping the clock in 154-3, right to her record. And the two, Sweet Molly and Barrio up the inside there for the deuce, and you're going to see Adam Murner and Halmack Maleficent there grabbing the show prize in this one. So it's a 3-2-5 unofficially here in race 7. We'll see Windermere Sadie and Murphy back at the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle in just a moment.
Windermere Sadie arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's 7th race, facing Brown Mare. She is 4. By Malicious off the Art Colony Dam, Heart of Windermere. Owned by Shane Essence, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skierman. Bred by Windermere Farms of Springvale. Trained by Saul Lanigan, Kenny Murphy. Put the mare on top at every call, right to her record this night. 154 and a 3. Windermere Sadie wires the 7th. Now the official results in race 7, Lady Divine 5th. Sweet Molly was 2nd. Windermere Sadie, the race winner. Woodmere Kennedy was 6th. Halmac Maleficent finished 3rd. Tall Dark Latte was 4th. The fractions were 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 126 and 3, and the mile in 154 and 3. In review, 521, 634. Windermere Sadie, paid 410. The Exactor 840, Triactor 4290, and the Superfacta 1519.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool and a low 15% takeout. And it kicks off here in this 8th race. So have a look at the last 4 races and give it a shot here as it kicks off here in race 8. There's a look at our selections for the 8th race. We're on with the 5. I like a 563 classifier's choice 562. The 5 JM Sports Fan on the class drop, getting all the attention on the board. Currently at 2-5, and there she is, exiting the paddock. Post braid is next.
Eighth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Elm Grove Nancy, owned by Tyler Neal of Winslow, trained by Darrell Neal. Kenny Murphy drives. Stealing Base is 2, owned by Jack Matheson of Charlottetown, trained by Jackie Matheson. Note the driver change to Mark Campbell. Woodmere Lizzie 3, owned by John McGilvery and Albert McGilvery, trained by David O'Brien. Corey McPherson up. Twin B Solitaire number 4, owned by Amanda McTavish of Harrington and Barry McTavish of Belfast. Stephen Murphy trains and drives. 5 JM Sports Fan, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard, driven by Stephen Shepard. Top Bill Angelina number 6, owned by Jody Lynn Matheson, Stefan Boudreau, and Cheryl Smallman. Trained by Ron Matheson, driven by Gilles Barrio. 5 minutes to post time. Follow Red Shores' official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram to get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, casinos, and restaurants.
Okay, there's a look at JM Sports Fan dropping in class. She's been doing good things up in class. Last time out, a really tough trip, though. Post 7 parked the route and still almost got the job done. She cleared to the lead and ended up getting a little tired late. Sweet Molly and Magical Mistress nailed her there at the finish. Good third, though, 56-1. A good fourth, 2 back, 55-4, 28-2. Harold Shepard trained. Steve Shepard his son doing the driving, and this one's owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. So the 7-year-old daughter by Sports Writer could get it done on the class drop from post 5 at 4-5. I think Steve will be aggressive, maybe set up shop on the front end from post 5. She doesn't have a lot of early speed, but I think he'll probably keep the pedal to the metal until he gets there. Another good lever is right to his right, Topville Angeline, and this one's got a good shot as well. Dropping in class, Ron Matheson trains for owner Jody Lynn Matheson and Stefan Boudreau, Cheryl Smallman. They all share ownership on this mare. She's got 31 lifetime wins, looking for a 31st. Could get it here tonight if it sets up for her, but she's got the Maritime Magic Man in the seat, so you can never count her out. And coming off a good second four back in 57, that was at the 1301 level. Last time out, she was down at the 1001 level, but the trip, it just didn't pan out. She had post 6, same as tonight, but it was a field of 8. She was 7th on the outside, the 3/4 pole. It ended up being race timed in 58. A good trip, 2 back, 56 and 4, just beat 3.5 at the wire. So down at the 701 level, I think she is definitely one of the mares to beat in here. Currently a good price at 9-2. And for third of my ticket, I'm just going back and forth between the 2 and the 3. Stealing Bases. Jackie Matheson trains. Jack Matheson of Charlottetown is the owner, and David Dowling was down to drive, and now Mark Campbell got that catch driving call, and this one could hit the ticket. Shows a good trip in 58 and 1, closing quarter, 29 flat. 2 starts back, but I went with Woodmere Lizzie, Corey McPherson driving for trainer David O'Brien. If you look what she's done during Old Home Week, 56, she was a winner, 55 and 2, a good second, but her last few starts, she's been kind of underwhelming. So I'm looking for a bounce back effort from this 4-year-old daughter by Arthur Bluechip, and we'll put her in there for third at 9-2. Okay, race 8 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate 3-4. Currently on my top play, JM Sports Fan and Shepherd as we send it up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Elm Grove Nancy, Stealing Bases, Woodmere Lizzie, Twinbee Solitaire, JM Sports Fan, Topville Angelina are at the top of the stretch. Coming to a start. Off and pacing, Woodmere Lizzie leaves out, Stealing Bases with her to their outside, JM Sports Fan, and then the 4th one around the turn is Topville Angelina, Elm Grove Nancy 5th, Twinbee Solitaire 6th, up the backstretch they go to the quarter, here comes JM Sports Fan, in line to Stephen Shepherd to take the lead, 2nd is Stealing Bases in 3rd, that's Woodmere Lizzie, 4th on the cones is Topville Angelina, that's Elm Grove Nancy in 5th. The 6th one, Twinbee Solitaire, 28 and 2 was the opening quarter mile. Midway round the top turn and on the point, that is JM's Sports Fan at 1-5 in here. 2nd is Stealing Bases, Woodmere Lizzie 3rd. Racing from 4th on the cones is Topville Angelina. That's Elm Grove Nancy 5th and Twinbee Solitaire 6th. They're at the half with a 2-length lead. That's JM Sports Fan in 57 and 2. Racing from 2nd is Stealing Bases, Woodmere Lizzie 3rd. Topville Angelina now. She'll tip out from 4th. Elm Grove Nancy 5th. Twinbee Solitaire on the outside 6th. 3/4 up and coming and widening the lead to 4. JM Sports Fan. Top Bill Angelina takes over second. Stealing bases now third. To the outside fourth. That's Woodmere Lizzie. Fifth on the cones is Elm Grove Nancy and Twin B Solitaire on the outside. 3/4 tripped in 1:27-2, and they're headed on home. Led by JM Sports Fan. Top Bill Angelina second. Battle on for the show prize, but it is JM Sports Fan all the way for Stephen Shepard. Top Bill Angelina second. Up the inside, Elm Grove Nancy, and to her outside, Twin B Solitaire. We'll need a show photo in 1:56 and 1.
Well, no real puzzle to the first two finishers in this race. Both mares very classy, both of them dropping in class. But the puzzle was who was going to finish third in here, and we had 4 duking it out for third. The Murphy boys are going to be in that show photo, but JM Sports Fan delivering here as the favorite on the class drop. She was much the best on paper and much the best here tonight. Under wraps winner. Shepard sitting chilly in the lane off a half and 57-2, 3/4, 127-2. He stops the clock here tonight with JM Sports Fan in 156-1. She picks up her second of the campaign, 25th lifetime. JM Sports Fan and Shepard back in the Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
JM Sports Fan has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the 8th race. They facing mare 7 by Sports Rider off the Camlock Dam. JM Lastax, owned by Angus Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Eva McPherson. Bred by Joe Muskokaman of Muncie, Ontario. Trained by Harold Shepard, driven to victory by Stephen Shepard. The mare gets her 25th lifetime victory tonight in a 156-1. JM Sports Fan in the 8th. Here's the official results now from Race 8. Elm Grove Nancy 4th. Stealing Bases 6th. Woodmere Lizzie 5th. Twin B Solitaire was 3rd. JM Sports Fan, the race winner. Topville Angelina finished second. They went 28 and 2, 57 and 2, 127 and 2, and the mile 156 and 1. In review, 465 312. JM Sportsman 240. The Exactor 620, Triactor 5360, and the Superfecta was $23.
Rewards Club members who play the slots in Charlottetown with their Rewards Club card inserted will earn 2 times the points every Tuesday and Thursday in October. Points are automatically added to the player's account based on their play. For more information and to sign up to become a Rewards Club member, visit Redshores.ca. Get a look at the Atlantic Post Gulls paddock cam here as the 9th race waits to come out onto the track. I'm going to go with a 7-1-5 in here, classifier's choice. 1-5-7 Magical Mistress, my top play on the outside of the gate. 6-5 currently on the board. Slight choice to the 1 Sensational Gal. 4-5 currently for McPhee.
Sensational Gal will lead the 9th race on Post Parade, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Brody McPhee driving. Having Fun in the Sun, number 2, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Barry McLeod, and Deborah Wilson, trained by Thane Arsenault, Mark Campbell. Redland Peaches 3, the owners are Mark, Rain, and Lael Ramsey of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Promise Me Later, number 4, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and the estate of Sam Walsh, trained by David Dowling, and note the driver change to Kenny Arsenault. Czar's Piece of Heaven, number 5, owned by Tammy Johnson of 10 Mile House, trained by Greg Weatherby, Jason Hughes. Outrageous Song, number 6, owned by Shirley Weeks of Fredericton, trained by Jackie Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Magical Mistress 7, Owned by Derek Cameron, Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Adam Murner. Adam trains and drives at 5 minutes to post time. Thank you to Northumberland Ferries for their continued partnership with PEI Harness Racing. For schedules and to book online, visit ferries.ca.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, there she is, Magical Mistress, 41 lifetime wins, over 400,000 in earnings. Tough outside post here. I figured the one would go off at favorite, 4-5 currently on the one right now. I thought Magical Mistress, thought you might get around 7-2, but currently 2-1 on the board. They put up a big half in front of her last time out, 56-2, and she was able to rally late to finish second to Sweet Molly in 56 flat, 29-2 final panel, and that was at that 13:01 level. Same class again this week. So if Sensational Gal gets roughed up trying to cut the mile, watch out for this classy old mare's late kick, because she can really fire on the end of it. She was a winner from off the pace, 4 back and 57 at this level, so you can never count her out. And I'm going to throw her on top for Adam Murner. He's having a fantastic night. This one's out of his stable. She's a 5-time winner this year and could reach up and get the job done from off the pace again tonight at 2-1.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $300. The winning number will be D2496563. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $300, D2496563. Good luck.
Okay, Sensational Gal, there she is. Coming in off 2 straight wins. First one down at the 7:01 level last time out. From the rail, little give and go early. Got the job done at the 1,001 last 4 level. 56. Murner was in the seat on that day. Brody McPhee gets the call as she takes another step up the class ladder. JD Racing Inc. of Cornwall is the owner. JD Racing, very busy at the London yearling sale. They purchased a couple good-looking babies. Nick Oakes up there with his ownership group. And so we'll be excited to see what they do next summer. And they got a good shot to make it 3 in a row here with Sensational Gal. And Brody picks up the live catch drive. Take a look at her closing quarters in those 2 victories. 28, 2 starts back, 29 last time out. So if he gets to the front and gets left alone, well, it could be game over for the competition. Currently, even money on the board. Like Promise Me Later could be part of this. Kenny Arsenault picking up the live drive. David Dowling was scheduled to drive, but Kenny is in the seat here aboard the 4 Promise Me Later. I'm going for a long shot. Zara's Piece of Heaven and Hughes out there in post 5. Currently 29-1 on the board. Look what they did 4 starts back. That winner's a 3, not more than 5. Sat off the hot early speed, 56-3. And they rallied to win. Barrio was in the seat on that day, 56-3. She flew home in 28-3 to get the victory. And last time out, she threw another good last quarter of 28-3 at them, 6 beaten 3.5. But that was off a softer opening half. So if there's speed to chase in this race, you could see Zara's Piece of Heaven landing on the scene late in the mile. Two-time winner from 20 starts this year, and could grab a piece here for Hughes at long odds, 29-1. Race 9 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron for the call.
Sensational Gal, having fun in the sun, Redland Peaches. Promise Me Later, Czar's Piece of Heaven, Outrageous Song, and Magical Mistress. Top of the stretch. Way back at the start here, having fun in the sun. The rough and pacing. Promise Me Later in the center is leaping out. Sensational Gal along the rail to their outside. Outrageous Song third. Then fourth, Redland Peaches. Moving up fifth is Magical Mistress. Then the sixth one is Czar's Piece of Heaven. Having fun in the sun. Never got into this one. She's in the backfield. Racing to the opening quarter. Promise Me Later for Kenny Arsenault. Out in front at the opening station. Second is Sensational Gal racing from third. On the cones is Outrageous Song. Magical Mistress moved into fourth. 28 seconds flat, opening it up. Racing from fifth is Redland Peaches. Then in sixth is Czar's Piece of Heaven. The trailer having fun in the sun down the stretch for the first time. They're halfway home here in the ninth, and it's Promise Me Later, the midway point leader. Sensational Gal, the two-hole ride. Outrageous Song are racing third. Magical Mistress fourth. 56 and 4 was the half mile. Kenny sits up aboard Promise Me Later, leading by the 5-8. Sensational Gal tracking second. Outrageous Song in third. There goes Magical Mistress, sent to the outside fourth. On the outside fifth is Redland Peaches. Up the rail sixth is Czar's Piece of Heaven. Trailing the field, having fun in the sun. 1:27 flat with straight quarters around the top turn for the final time. Promise Me Later at the rail. Magical Mistress right alongside. Sensational Gal is there third, and they're homeward bound now. Magical Mistress has taken over. It's a magical night. Parada Murder, win number 6 on the card, and it's Magical Mistress to get him there. Time for the mile in 1:55.4.
$6.90 on the board. Not a bad win ticket for the 7 Magical Mistress. Got away mid-pack. Murner was a little more aggressive off the wings tonight and got that good trip sitting mid-pack for the 4 Promise Me Later, putting up the early numbers for Kenny Arsenault, half 56 and 4. Tried to get that third quarter breather, but that's when Murner pounced on the fraction setter Promise Me Later. Murner having a good night, and when you're having a good night, everything goes right, and it did tonight for Magical Mistress as she stops the clock in 1:55 and 4. As Vance mentioned, a magical night for Murner, his 6th of the evening. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
The Adam Murner Show has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle here in the 9th race aboard the 7 Magical Mistress. Bay Pacing Mare 9 by Cam Mystique off the Largo Dam Meridian Magic. Owned by Derek Cameron, Mike May, Herman McQuaid, and Adam Murner. Bred by Barry Martin of Sydney, Nova Scotia. Adam Murner has the training double. Adam Murner has just visited the winner's circle on the 6th, yeah, count 'em, 6th time tonight for a mile in 155 and 4. Magical Mistress and the Murner 6-pack in the 9th. Now, the official results in the 9th, Sensational Gal 3rd. Having Fun in the Sun was 7th. Redland Peaches 4th. Promise Me Later was 2nd. Czar's Piece of Heaven 5th. Outrageous Song was 6th. Magical Mistress, the race winner. They went 28, 56 and 4. 127 and the mile 155 and 4. In review 374 2561. Magical Mistress 690, the Exactor 2910, the Triactor 4420, and the Superfecta was 2586. 10th race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Galway Girl, owned by Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell. Trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 2 is Ace 44 Dome, owned by Donald McRae of Burning Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, driven by Jason Hughes. Rosetown Mary, number 3, owned by the Rosetown Stable of Stratford, and Taylor McPherson of Cornwall, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Number 4 is Elm Grove Mistress, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Note the driver changed to Paul Langell. Number 5, Shakin' Blake. Kenny Murphy drives for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge. 5 minutes wagering time on a race number 10. And Kurt, you and I are coming back with our selections here in the 10th race on this Thursday night. And once again, we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 10th, I went to the 2, Ace 44 Dome. Big time miscue at the start on her last time around. You're not going to see that tonight. I'll look for her to hit the winner's circle. I like the 3 Rosetown Mary, the 4 Elm Grove Mistress, and the 1 Galway Girl. 2, 3, 4, 1. And Kurt, here's how I celebrated that 149 4 mile when the dust all settled. I got award-winning photographer Francis Lund to get me kissing the track, and that was paying tribute to the man who gave me my first start 48 years ago, Bob Dewar. It was a day to remember here at the driving park, and Kurt, you were a big-time part of it too.
Yeah, it was great to be a part of that Miracle Mile, Vance, as you called it. And Frances Lund was down here to the desk a little earlier, and I was going to mention that to you. She asked me to ask you if you were kissing any stone dust tracks lately, but you had the picture up there. Yeah, that was a great shot Frances got of you. That was an incredible Sunday, one to remember. And the other 2 track records were pretty impressive too, with Fight Song and the 2-year-old filly. My, oh my, has she been quite a stable star for Earl Watts.
Kurt, absolutely. You know, that was the equaling the Canadian record. That's an incredible trip on its own here for an island bred to boot.
Yeah, 53-3, tying the Canadian record put up by Lucca Michelle and St. Lad's Popcorn. So pretty good fillies to be in the same conversation with. But yeah, it was a great day, and that was a great shot by Francis Vance. I like the 2 in here. I'm going to go with the 1 for second, Rosetown Mary for third. I like 2, 1, 3 here in our feature race. I think Ace 44 Dome going to atone for that break last time out, and I think the Blue Knight can get her to the winner's circle here in our feature race. Currently even money on the board. Okay, 2 minutes away from the feature here tonight. Galway Girl currently 5-2 on the board, coming in off back-to-back wins, 55-4, 57-1 in her latest. Definitely has a shot at hitting the top 3. 6-5 on my top play, Ace 44 Dome and Hughes. 7-5 on Rosetown Mare. I do think this mare is going to bounce back with a big effort. 9-14 2 weeks ago, and then 7-11. In her last start. So I'm hoping she hasn't raced since October 5th, so getting a couple weeks off. Hopefully she can bounce back. Rosetown Mary and McPherson, 8-5 now on the board. Elm Grove Mistress, check the driver change. Paul Langell is driving on Elm Grove Mistress. Long shot play at 7-1, coming in off 2 wins and 2 seconds in her last 4 starts. And Shaken Blake has 2 wins and a third in her last 4 starts. She rounds out the field of 5, 4-1 on the 5, Shaken Blake. Okay, the Thursday night feature, race 10, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Galway Girl, Ace 44 Dome, Rosetown Mary, Elm Grove Mistress, and Shaken Blake. They're on the gate here in the 10th race featured. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Galway Girl will lead them out. Second into the turn is Ace 44 Dome. Rosetown Mary away third. Then it's Elm Grove Mistress fourth and Shaken Blake fifth. Around the turn they go in programmed order. And Mark Campbell has put Galway Girl right on the engine. 2-hole ride, that'll go to Ace 44 Dome. Racing from third. On the cones is Rosetown Mary. Then it's Elm Grove Mistress fourth. Shaken Blake is fifth. They arrived at the quarter, led by Galway Girl, and she's there in a solid 28-1. Tracking in the 2-hole is Ace 44 Dome. Then in mid-pack third, Rosetown Mary. Elm Grove Mistress has fourth. Shaken Blake is fifth. Programmed order as they move towards the half-mile, led by Galway Girl. She's halfway home with Campbell. Getting the 2-hole ride is Ace 44 Dome in third. Rosetown Mary fourth. That is Elm Grove Mistress. Shaken Blake fifth. 56-4 was the half. That was 28-3 in the second split. Arriving at 5-8. And they're in straight alignment led by Galway Girl. Ace 44 Dome getting a textbook 2-hole ride. Third is Rosetown Mary. Coming fourth is Shaken Blake. On the outside, fifth. Elm Grove Mistress. They arrive at 3/4. Galway Girl getting the field there. Shaking Blake on the outside. Longest shot on the board right with the leader. 3/4 in 1:26 and 1. They're in the home stretch now. Shaking Blake on the outside. Galway Girl at the rail. Ace 44 Dome way wide. Rosetown Mary scooting up the passing lane. Shaking Blake upsets them to double up Kenny Murphy. Rosetown Mary and Ace 44 Dome, they're in a place picture, and the miles in 1:54.4.
Well, they got away in program order with Galway Girl and Campbell pushing out from the rail. 28-1, he got up to the quarter. 56-4 to the half. 126-1 3/4. Ace 44 Dome vacates the 2-hole out onto the 5s. Back Shakin' Blake and Murphy. A big first up brush. And they had the game face on here tonight as they're going to go right on by and get the win. 154-4 for Shakin' Blake. She upsets again for Murphy. Take a look at her last 2 victories. The last one, 8-1 on the board. The 1-4 back, 5-1 on the board. Tonight, 25-90 on the board as she upsets the feature here for Kenny Murphy. Shakin' Blake and Murphy back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Shakin' Blake arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle. Bay Pacing Mare 5, but he's watching off the Mach 3 Dam St. Lad's Peeper, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Bred by Richard Sullivan of Greeley, Ontario. Kenny Murphy with the second winner on the night for the double. Excellent trip, 154-4. Shakin' Blake for Kenny Murphy upsets the Thursday night feature at Charlottetown. Now the official results from race 10, Galway Girl was 4th, Ace 44 Dome 3rd, Rosetown Mary 2nd, Elm Grove Mistress 5th, Shakin' Blake the race winner, fractions of 28-1, 56-4, 126-1, and the mile 154-4. In review 432-5-1. Shakin' Blake 25.90 to win. The exactor 171.70, triactor 399.20, superfecta 46.89.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside. Okay, we'll take a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam here for the finale, and I'm going to go with a 1-3-5 in the finale. I'll bet you, I'll beat you. Getting a little class relief and getting the pole position, so tough to beat. I'll bet you, I'll beat you in this finale. I like the 3 Tribal Dancer and the 5 at 81-1 right now. Salzbrook Peak Classifier's Choice 1-4-3 here in our finale.
The 11th race features the Super High Five. They're on parade. I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, number 1, owned by Heather and George Sheen of Summerside, trained by Brendan Mullen. Note the driver change to Adam Murner. 2 Segali, owned by the Segali 6 stable of Charlottetown, trained by Philip Kelly. Tonight, Mark Campbell. Tribal Dancer 3, owned by Joseph Lewis of Sydney, Nova Scotia, trained by Tommy Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. 4, Miss Maddie P., owned by Lance Jones, Donnie McFadden, Sean McAdam, and Todd Walsh. Todd does the trading, and the drive goes to Jason Hughes. Salzbrook Pika, number 5, owned by Jackie Cooper of Stratford. Elmer and Jeff Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson. Stone Beach Lily, number 6, owned by Colin and Morgan Shepherd of Brackley. Morgan trains, Colin drives. 7 is Elm Grove Penny, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldston, Kenny Murphy. 8 is Tells Bells, owned by Tim Dickinson and Isaac McGuigan. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Live racing is back on Saturday at Red Shores Charlottetown. Post time is 12:30. Kurt has his Super High Five ticket to wrap up Thursday night program in Charlottetown.
All right, 11th race finale on track. There's a look at our Super High Five plays to close things out here at Red Shores. I'm going 1-3-5-4-2. Vance Cameron looks at 1-3-4-2-5. We're both backing the 1 I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, and the red hot Adam Murner at 3-4. Okay, and there is I'll Bet You, I'll Beat You, coming in off a 6th place finish in 57-2 for Hughes at the 13:01 level, dropping 1 class here tonight. Was a good second from post 2 starts back. Got away in the 4-hole rally to finish second by a length and 3/4 and 56 and 3, closing quarter 29 flat. And so from this inside post and class drop, I think she may call all the shots here on the front end, or at least up near the front. Probably maybe in the 2-hole if she doesn't elect to lead it, but she does have good early speed. And so we'll see what Myrna decides to do. But I'll bet you I'll Beat You will be tough to beat from this inside post at 4-5. Tribal Dancer was a front end winner, 5 starts back from post 4, got to the lead 28-1 and sawed through in 57 flat, 29-1 final panel. That was at the 13:01 level. Jumped up to the 19:01s and then 16:01s last time out, finishing 5th, 58-1, closing quarter 28-4. So a much better spot here tonight for Tribal Dancer in the class drop. She could be close to winning this one. Depends what Brody does off the wings. If he can get her spotted up close to the lead, Tribal Dancer could definitely play a big part in this super high 5 at 2-1. Salzbrook Peak of the 5. Corey McPherson driving for trainer Ron Matheson. Jackie Cooper, Elmer and Jeff Campbell share ownership. Race 13:01 level last time out. Trailing spot, post 9 can be tough for some. And she didn't get into the mile on that day. 7 by 8 and 57 and 2. Really good effort. 2 back, 56 and 2, 28 and 3. Final quarter, 4th by 2 3/4. And so getting a little class relief. That's the theme for me in this one. Salzbrook Peak at 10-1. We got a happy birthday shout out here in the finale. The co-owner of the 8 Tells Bells, Isaac McGuigan. Saw on social media earlier today. He's celebrating his 9th birthday. So we'd like to wish a very happy birthday to Isaac McGuigan, top man in the Mike McGuigan stable. He sends out the 8 Tells Bells, currently 22-1 on the board for his dad, Mike McGuigan, here in this 11th race. We hope you have a wonderful day, buddy, and a happy birthday from all of us from the Race Day team. '11th race finale, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's post time. Let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
I'll Bet You I'll Beat You, Sigali, Tribal Dancer, Miss Maddie P, Salzbrook Fika, Stone Beach Lily, Elm Grove Penny, and Tells Bells. Top of the stretch. It's the Thursday night Super High 5 finale. The rough and facing Tribal Dancer firing out. Sigali along the rail to their outside. Stone Beach Lily towards the rail around the turn in fourth. I'll bet you, I'll beat you. Now in fifth on the cones. Ms. Maddie P. Sixth one away is Salzbrook Pika. Then in seventh, Elm Grove Penny, followed by the trailer. Tells Bells are over to the opening quarter. Tribal Dancer on the outside has now cleared the lead. In line to Brody McPhee. She may have had to pay a price tonight to lead it. The price is up in 28 and 2. Tribal Dancer now the leader. Sigali races second. I'll bet you, I'll beat you third. Fourth, that is Miss Maddie P. Then in fifth, it's Salzbrook Pika. Elm Grove Penny is sixth. Tells Bells is seventh. And now the trailer, Stone Beach Lily, straight alignment at the half mile, led by Tribal Dancer. Sigali getting the two-hole ride at long odds. I'll bet you, I'll beat you is now tipping out from third. They were at the half in 58 and 1, arriving at 5/8. Tribal Dancer on the outside. I'll bet you, I'll beat you now second. Elm Grove Penny drives up third on the outside. Sigali along the rail fourth, moving up fifth. That is Tells Bells racing from sixth. Ms. Maddie P. Salzbrook Pika out there 3 wide seventh. And the trailer, that is Stone Beach Lily 1:28 flat at 3/4. I'll bet you, I'll beat you made the lead. Salzbrook Pika, she's picking them up and she's putting them down on the outside. Down the stretch they come, and way out there, Salzbrook Pika closes it out for Corey McPherson. I'll bet you, I'll beat you second. Tribal Dancer third. 1:57 flat.
At 5/8, I thought Myrna was going to clear up the lead and drive off for another win here tonight, but Salzbrook Pika and Corey McPherson, they had different plans. What a 3-wide blast up the backstretch that was. Half 58 and 1/3, 128. Salzbrook Pika drifts out in the stretch, but she's going to time it perfectly here, getting up for the win. 157 for Salzbrook Pika and McPherson as he picks up another win on the card, and we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in just a moment.
Here comes Salzbrook Pika to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's 11th race. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Malicious off the well-said dam, heads up Hanover. Owned by Jackie Cooper of Stratford, Elmer and Jeff Campbell of Airdrie, Alberta. Bred by the Salzbrook Stables of Nova Scotia. Now trained by Roddy Matheson. Corey McPherson has his second winner on the night for the double. And the mare has a new pacing record of 157. Salzbrook Pika and the Corey McPherson double in the Super High 5. Now, the official results in the 11th, I'll Bet You All Beat You was second. Sigali finished fourth. Tribal Dancer third. Miss Maddie P fifth. Salisbrook Peak of the race winner. Stone Beach Lily was eighth. Elm Grove Penny finished sixth. Tell's Bells was seventh. 28 and 2, 58 and 1, 128, and the mile 157. From the top, your program reads 243 51867. Salisbrook Pika paid $15.40. The exactor $24.30. Triactor $57.30. Super High 5 at $88.82. And the late daily double paid $35.20. And that will complete our live presentation tonight here in Charlottetown. Tonight's par mutual handle went $39,826. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.